With unstoppable NFT domains, you can combine all your different wallet addresses into one single username that everyone can easily use to send and receive.
This is an extra large t-shirt that I bought. As you can see, it's baggy. Now this t-shirt feels amazing on. I like the material. I like the way that it fits my arms, nice and snug.
It's big and baggy, just not really flattering. As you can see, hugs my arms a little better all throughout my shoulders, but isn't tight throughout the body.
You can go up, like there's tons of room before your stomach starts to hang out. It just fits you better. It's really comfortable.
Most of my life I have worn the name brands, especially Polo. I always thought the thread on the chest had to be there. I was wrong. These shirts are top quality.
Really simple, really basic, which I love, and they fit perfectly.
I'm about to wear these shirts every day.
The average Russian doesn't buy a lot of imported goods. The Russian ruble has lost, if I'm right, 35-40% of its value, which is not as bad as some of the economic crises we've seen in a long time. And you haven't gotten any progress on deconfliction, de-escalation. So what about taking more steps? What about expanding SWIFT things? We continue to send money to Russia for energy purchases. So why aren't you taking stronger steps to add sanctions on a lot of people who don't have Western bank accounts or property in the United States? Doesn't seem to add much pressure.
So in terms of energy purchases, the president did sign an executive order last week putting an end to our purchase of Russian oil, our purchase of Russian energy.
We, I mean, the West in general.
Well, the point is, Paul, that we have already applied a set of measures that have been unprecedented in terms of their scale, in terms of their scope, and in terms of their impacts. And I won't go through the various metrics of impact again, but they're clear for everyone to see. The other point is that as long as President Putin continues to escalate, we, working with our allies and partners, will continue to escalate. You mentioned you mentioned some measures that may be on the table. Going back to what I offered to Humaira, of course, we're not in a position to preview specifically what we are prepared to do, but what I can tell you that we are prepared to do is continue to escalate the costs. And I should say that the economic sanctions, the other financial measures and economic measures that we have placed on the Russian Federation, that is one important measure to mount pressure on the Kremlin, on President Putin, on those around him. It is clearly putting the squeeze on their economy, on their financial system. At the same time, we will continue simultaneously to provide our Ukrainian partners with massive amounts of security assistance. In recent weeks alone, we've spoken of some $550 million worth of security assistance. Those deliveries are continuing just about every day. Anti-armor, anti-tank, anti-aircraft, small arms, munitions, precisely what our colleagues at the Department of Defense have determined that our Ukrainian partners most need to defend their country against this invasion. And we are very fortunate that given the passage of the spending legislation out of Congress, we now have $13.6 billion for the people of Ukraine in different realms. And a good chunk of that money, about half of it, will be made available in the form of additional security assistance. So we have provided more than $1.2 billion in security assistance to our Ukrainian partners over the course of the past year. We're going to be in a position to do much, much more, given the spending allocation that we recently have had from Congress. That is another avenue that is putting pressure on President Putin. And we have seen that pressure and the effectiveness of that security assistance, the effectiveness of the Ukrainian resistance, in that we are now on day 20 of this Russian invasion, of this Russian war. President Putin's certainly cannot be comfortable with what he has seen from his forces on the battlefield. I will leave it to others to offer the military analysis. But again, President Putin gravely miscalculated. If he thought that he could dispatch 100,000 forces into a sovereign country and not face and find the stiff resistance that he's found, with thousands of Russian service members losing their lives, with his forces stalled in key areas. President Putin has gravely miscalculated if he thought he could do all of this without facing opposition at home. And we've seen very prominent displays of that opposition, including in recent hours, in ways that would have been unexpected even a few weeks ago. 15,000 people arrested across Russia, across dozens of Russian cities, including in President Putin's hometown of St. Petersburg, for peacefully exercising the rights that are as universally available to them as to anyone else on the planet, the right to freedom of assembly, the right to freedom of expression. We continue to stand with them. And President Putin, going back to where we started, has gravely miscalculated if he thought that the United States, that our allies and partners were bluffing when we talked about the profound costs that we were prepared to impose on Russia's economy, on its financial system, on the Kremlin if he were to go forward. President Putin has now found that he made grave miscalculations in all three regards. John, follow up? Sure.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Paul asked about the more stronger steps, and you told about the military support to Ukraine. But one of those most stronger steps might be the transferring to Ukraine the old Soviet era weapons. And so could you, including S-300, so could you comment on the CNN today's report that reportedly State Department is already involved in the talks with the European partners and creating such a list?
So we are in constant discussion with our Ukrainian partners in the first instance about their needs, their security needs. I can say that Secretary Blinken spoke to Foreign Minister Kuleba again today. They discussed Ukraine's security needs once again. Working very closely with our colleagues at the Department of Defense, we have put together packages of defensive security assistance that our Ukrainian partners most need. And as I said before, that includes anti-armor, that includes tanks, anti-tank, that includes small arms, that includes munitions, and it most certainly includes anti-aircraft and surface-to-air systems. So we are not detailing every element of those security packages that we are providing, but we are continuing to provide security assistance in all of those realms. We know that Russian missiles, Russian rockets, Russian artillery have wrought destruction across large parts of Ukraine, and we are prepared to, and we have provided our Ukrainian partners with the sort of surface-to-air systems, anti-aircraft systems that would help protect themselves against this onslaught, against these attacks. We are always looking at what's in our inventories, and also our allies around the world are looking at what's in their inventories. And Secretary Blinken has on several occasions now authorized our NATO allies to provide U.S. origin equipment to our Ukrainian partners. Our inclination has always been to be responsive to precisely what our Ukrainian partners need. We've been able to do that with the funding we've been granted from Congress, and now that we have $13.6 billion of additional funding to work with, about half of which will go in the direction of security assistance, we'll be able to do quite a bit more.
Can I just make sure when you said tanks and then you said anti-tank?
Anti-tank,
You don't
anti-tank,
tanks
anti-tank,
and
anti-tank, anti-armor. John.
And just because things are always moving in the air, since the start of Russia's invasion, has the United States yet engaged directly with Russia about off-ramps or ways to reduce violence? Directly, have you engaged directly with Russia about this?
John, a number of our partners are engaged directly with the Russian Federation at high levels. I think what is clear is that none of these engagements have yet resulted in the diminution of violence, in an end to the war, in a reduction of the loss of life that we've seen across Ukraine. If we determine that high-level U.S. engagement would be advantageous to help move forward with that overriding goal of putting an end to this violence, putting an end to this senseless war, we would absolutely be prepared to do so. What we have found, however, what our partners and allies have found, however, and what our Ukrainian partners, most importantly, have found, however, is that we have yet to find a Russian interlocutor that is either able or willing to negotiate in good faith and certainly not in the context of de-escalation, given that Russian forces have continued to escalate, have continued to wreak violence across Ukraine. So we'll continue to look for diplomatic openings. In the meantime, we will continue to support our Ukrainian partners, as well as the diplomatic efforts that our allies around the world are taking part in.
And then can you just comment on the statements from Moscow about receiving written assurances related to the Iran deal?
So we've discussed this yesterday a bit. What I will say is that we have made significant progress over recent days when it comes to the possibility of mutual return to compliance with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. We continue to engage with Russia on a return to full implementation of the JCPOA. I think what you heard from Foreign Minister Lavrov, I will let him speak for himself, I will let the Russians speak for themselves, but it may well be a reflection of the fact that we, of course, would not sanction Russian participation in nuclear projects that are part of resuming full implementation of the JCPOA. We can't, and we won't, and we have not provided assurances beyond that to Russia. We will let Foreign Minister Lavrov speak for his country. But perhaps it is now clear to Moscow, perhaps a couple things are now clear. Number one, as we have said publicly, the new Russia-related sanctions are unrelated to a potential return to full compliance with the JCPOA, and they shouldn't have any impact on its implementation. And it may well be a reflection of what we've said all along, that an Iran that is unconstrained in its nuclear program, and that has no permanent, verifiable limits attached to that nuclear program. That is not in our interests. It is not in the interests of our European allies. It is not in the interests of the PRC, and it's certainly not in the interests of the Russian Federation. I will reiterate one additional point, that you've heard several references in recent days to external factors, and we have engaged with the Russian Federation on the possibility of a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. But as I said the other day, there were and are a small number of outstanding issues. Now that we are this close to the finish line, those outstanding issues tend to be the hardest issues. So we're not there yet. Nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. But we continue to assess that mutual return to compliance would be the most effective, the best way to verifiably and permanently once again have those limits on Iran's nuclear program. Laura.
So to follow up, is it this building's understanding that the objections that Russia raised in the last few days have now been resolved?
It is what I'm relaying to you is that you will need to ask the Russians.
But you guys are in the negotiations with them. So is it this building's understanding that they are no longer objecting?
We have seen the statements from Foreign Minister Lavrov. We will leave it to the Russian Federation, to Foreign Minister Lavrov, to others to explain exactly what those statements mean. But it is logical. It has been logical to us. It should be logical to all parties that we would not sanction Russian participation in nuclear projects that are part of a full resumption of the JCPOA if, in fact, we are able to get there. We have not offered the Russians anything more. There has been nothing additional conveyed, but you'll have to you'll have to ask the foreign minister.
Let me ask it this way. Did you guys understand whatever it was that Lavrov was trying to say? Like, what was your understanding of what he was saying?
I'm not going to interpret the foreign minister's remarks. Again, you'll need to talk to them to ask their position, where they are on a potential mutual return to compliance. We know where the Russian Federation has been in the past. Of course, Russia was an original member of the P5+1, understanding since well before 2015 that a nuclear-armed Iran or an Iran on the verge of a nuclear weapon would not be in Moscow's interests, certainly not in our interests. We hope to be able to complete a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA in short order. We should be able to if negotiators, if the parties come together, negotiate in good faith, and close out these remaining outstanding issues.
I'm a bit confused. How can you say for sure that you will not sanction any Russian activity related to the any return to the deal. The Ukraine-related sanctions well post-date the original JCPOA. I mean, they only date back to February, late February of this year. If there is a Russian, and I realize this is a hypothetical, but you seem to be raising the hypothetical and the answer to your question, and maybe you're not the right person to ask because it gets into the weeds here. But if there is something that is allowed, an activity that is allowed under the JCPOA, but it involves transactions that are sanctioned by not just the United States, but also the EU under the, with a bank, with a financial institution, a Russian financial institution, how can you say that that's exempt?
Well, to be clear, Russia is not getting out of the sanctions and other financial measures that we have been, that have been imposed for this war in Ukraine. What we are talking about here is the very basic point, something that should be quite clear, that we would not sanction Russian participation in nuclear projects that are part of a full resumption of the JCPOA. These are separate realms. These are separate areas.
If they involve any kind of a monetary transaction that touches either the European or American financial systems, or SWIFT for that matter, then you have a problem. I don't see how you can exempt them. Because if I'm the Russians and I see that that's exempted, well, then all of a sudden, every foreign transaction that I do is going to be related to Iran's nuclear program, and therefore exempt under.
So Matt, I think two things can be true. One, the JCPOA is not going to be an escape hatch for the Russian Federation and the sanctions that have been imposed on it because of the war in Ukraine. But two, we are not going to sanction Russia for participating in nuclear projects that are part of the JCPOA. You're right, you're asking a very weedy question. It's probably better for...
Then let me add another one to it. Maybe better for an expert. But then what about the idea of the secondary sanctions? Because any bank or financial institution that would be involved in a transaction, say Russia purchases heavy water from the Iranians or enriched uranium. This seems to open the Pandora's box that you keep talking about and other things. It just seems that the Russians would be able to disguise any number of non-Iranian nuclear deal transactions through that same channel of exemptions that you're offering them.
Well, so what you're raising is a hypothetical wrapped in another hypothetical. The hypothetical that...
I'm sorry, but you're talking about a deal that doesn't exist yet.
Well, that's my point. No,
my hypotheticals are related, based on your initial hypothetical.
That's exactly my point. So rather than get wrapped around the axle of hypotheticals, we'll
get someone down here to go through this.
Any more Ukraine questions? Seems like there are a couple Ukraine questions.
Is Robert Malley going back this week?
Rob Malley and his team, they are still based here. I understand that negotiators are still in capitals. If it is prudent, if it is appropriate for Rob and the team to go back to Vienna, they're prepared to do so.
And on Ukraine, how did the Secretary receive the news of sanctioning him and the President and other U.S. officials by Russia?
I haven't discussed it with him yet today, but based on previous discussions, I don't think he'll be surprised.
He will be able to sleep.
I'm sorry?
He will be able to go to bed.
I think he will sleep just as soundly as he otherwise would, which, given that he is Secretary of State, probably isn't all that soundly.
And on Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia considers accepting the Chinese currency instead of dollars for Chinese oil sales. What's your reaction to that?
We don't have a specific reaction to that. What I would say is that we've said time and again that our relationship with the PRC is at its heart competitive. It will be collaborative when it can be, adversarial when it must be. Our allies and partners around the world are going to have their own relationships with the PRC. What we are not asking countries to do is to choose between the United States and China. When it comes to many of our partners, what we seek to do is to give them choices and to make partnership with the United States and all that we bring to the table, all that we could bring to a bilateral relationship, make sure that countries, partners around the world know just how appealing that is.
And one on EU, how do you view the conflicting statements on increasing the oil production? The ambassador in Washington said that he will increase the production and the energy necessary
I will leave it to our Emirati partners to speak to this question. We, of course, are not a member of OPEC. We're not a member of OPEC Plus, but as you know, we have engaged with companies, with countries around the world. We maintain an interest in a steady global energy supply, and our diplomatic outreach is a large element of that. Laura.
I'm wondering if there's any updates to that, because the position in this building is still that they must apply through UNHCR, which is a process that you know can take months. Over the weekend, we saw some people trying to come into the United States from the southern border. Is there any consideration given to humanitarian support for Ukrainians who might want to come to the United States, especially if they already have ties, family members in the United States? And then I have a second question for you on an unrelated Ukraine topic.
So a couple points. We discussed this a bit yesterday, but there are now nearly 3 million Ukrainians who have been forced to leave their homes because of this violence. We are deeply, deeply grateful to Ukraine's neighbors, to countries throughout Europe who have so generously opened their arms to welcome these Ukrainian refugees. We recognize the fact that many Ukrainians have family, have loved ones who are in Europe. We expect most Ukrainian refugees will seek to remain in Europe until and unless they can return to their homes. And of course, that is our ultimate objective, to see to it that Ukrainians who have been displaced by this violence, whether they're one of the 2 million internally displaced persons inside of Ukraine, or nearly one of the 3 million, one of nearly 3 million Ukrainian refugees who have been forced to flee their country. Our goal, of course, is to see to it that they can return to their homes once this violence ends. We are working with UNHCR, with resettlement partners, Overseas Post, to determine whether Ukrainians who have departed Ukraine require resettlement to a third country because they can't be protected in their current location. We, as we always do, assess protection needs, and that includes cases of particular vulnerability as a central tenet of our refugee admissions to address the urgent need for resettlement across all regions. We don't discriminate on the basis of any country of origin. As we discussed yesterday, our refugee ceiling has various regional categories attached to it. There's a category for those who would emanate from Ukraine. Any admissions of Ukrainian nationals through the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program would be in accordance with that presidential determination on refugee admissions. What I can say right now is that we have been, we will continue to be a country that welcomes refugees from around the world. We know that as a nation of immigrants, as a nation that has always opened its arms to refugees, we are made stronger, that it is very much in our American DNA to continue doing just that. If there is a need to resettle Ukrainian refugees in the United States, we will look to do so. I am fully confident we will do so. If there are additional authorities or avenues that need to be investigated, I have full confidence we'll do that too.
But is the administration considering an expedited process for any people at this point? Do you know?
So again, I wouldn't want to get ahead of anything, but we do have processes that are in place, including through the U.S. refugee admissions process, where we have the ability to bring in Ukrainian refugees should the need arise.
Okay, and I also wanted to ask about the case of Brittany Griner. It's been almost a month since she's been detained in Russia. What is the State Department's understanding of how her conditions are in Russia right now as she's being held, and what is the State Department doing to try to get her released?
There's not much I can say, given the privacy considerations that are implicated in this case. This is a case that we have been working on since the time of her detention. Every time an American is detained overseas, our consular officers, including our consular officers in Moscow, are providing every form of support that we can. In this case, I'm just not able to go into the details, but we are doing everything we can to support Brittany Griner, to support her family, and to work with them, do everything we can to see that she is treated appropriately and to seek her release. I could not speak to that at this point, given privacy considerations.
Well, hold on a second. This is a almost 30-year battle that I've had. How is she exactly supposed to sign a Privacy Act waiver if you guys can't get to her? Ask her to see if she wants to sign one.
Matt,
I get that.
Matt,
I understand you can't give details.
Well, Matt,
but
there's a factual answer to your question if you'll listen for a moment. Lawyers do oftentimes, including in the case of Russia, Russian lawyers do have access to clients without speaking to any particular case, including this case. Russian lawyers have access to clients in Russia, and as appropriate, they can pass Privacy Act waivers. Yes?
You're not acknowledging her detention. So, I mean,
Yes.
clearly, there is a way you could go. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, or actually last week, you weren't even able to acknowledge her detention.
And what I can say is that I expect we'll be able to say more in coming days.
Any sense, can you give us any sense of her condition? Is she being treated well?
Again, I'm just not in a position to offer updates right now. Yes, Connor?
Have U.S. officials been briefed on how those talks went? And in particular, Ukrainian officials expressed some optimism afterwards. Do you share that optimism? Everything you said earlier would indicate that you don't.
Well, our Ukrainian partners are the ones who are taking part in these conversations. The conversations over the past couple days have been virtual, but as I mentioned a moment ago, Secretary Blinken did have an opportunity earlier today to speak to Foreign Minister Kuleba. Virtually every time he's spoken to Foreign Minister Kuleba, the Foreign Minister has passed on updates regarding the diplomatic efforts. Rather than characterize whether we're optimistic or pessimistic, again, what we are going to be looking for are developments on the ground. And the developments we want to see are clear. We want to see de-escalation. We want to see a diminution of the violence. We ultimately want to see a withdrawal of Russian forces from inside Ukraine. We have not seen any of those things just yet.
President Zelensky today said that Ukrainians would return, the country would not be allowed into NATO. Have you advised his administration at all in these talks whether or not that should be something that they commit to not joining the alliance?
Nope. To be very clear, we have consistently underscored, not only to our Ukrainian partners, but to countries around the world, that these are sovereign decisions that our Ukrainian partners will need to make for themselves. What we are here to do is to stand by our Ukrainian partners, to support our Ukrainian partners in any decisions that they would choose to make. Yes?
Just another couple. Yeah.
We talk so much about sovereign decisions of other countries. What about the sovereignty of the United States? In the sense of, we obviously have a strong interest in reducing conflict, ending wars, and obviously the longer that this conflict continues, the greater the risk of escalation and other things like that. It just seems like you guys are so often shifting to the sovereignty of other powers. The United States has a real stake in this, and why be so reluctant about an outcome that might be in the U.S.'s interest?
We're not reluctant about that at all, John. We are doing everything we can to see a diminution of the violence, to see an end to this war. You're right that every day this war goes on, there's the chance of escalation. There's a chance of broader conflict. But to that end, we've done a couple things. Number one, we've been very clear about steps that we are not going to take. President Biden has made very clear that American pilots are not going to operate over Ukrainian airspace. American service members are not going to operate on Ukrainian soil. But number two, we have supported our Ukrainian partners in their efforts to achieve a diplomatic resolution to this conflict. We have supported and we've been in close coordination with our French partners, our German partners, our Israeli partners, our Turkish partners, and others who have engaged directly with Russia diplomatically to see that same outcome achieved. We share the same overriding objective with all of those allies, with all of those partners. So the idea that we are in any way hesitant to see this conflict come to an end as quickly as it can, that is just not something that rings true. And I think it's also fair that no country has done more to support our Ukrainian partners in an effort to bring this conflict to a close in terms of diplomacy, in terms of security assistance, in terms of putting pressure on the Kremlin, on President Putin, on those around him who are responsible for this conflict. And we see all of those lines of effort as complementary. Pressure on the battlefield, pressure on the Russian economy, pressure on the Russian financial system, pressure on oligarchs and senior Russian officials personally, and our efforts to support diplomacy. All of those things do support our overarching goal of seeking to find a diplomatic resolution to this conflict. Ben, Connor.
To follow up on your comments on thoughts about this, in addition to injuring Ben and killing Mir, this attack also killed one of the Ukrainian producers. It's obviously also not the first attack that injured or killed journalists. Do you believe that journalists are being targeted at all?
We know, of course, that civilians have been killed. We know, of course, that journalists have been killed. There was another American journalist who was killed just a couple days ago in Scrivener. We have seen these reports. What we are doing right now is through every piece of information available to us. We are documenting, we are trying to discern the facts. If we determine that there is any intentionality here, intentionality in terms of the intentional targeting of civilians or the intentional targeting of journalists or any other group that should be completely off limits under international humanitarian law, under the Geneva Conventions, under the law of armed conflict, that is something that we would take very seriously, and there would be a very serious response.
Just to follow up on that, so do you guys have like a formal review or an investigation where you're collecting everything, and is there like a U.S. government review, whether you're looking into like war crimes?
There are a number of review mechanisms. We've spoken to the effort that's ongoing with the ICJ, with the UN Commission of Inquiry. The OSCE has its own process. The ICC has its own process. And yes, here within the State Department, we are documenting. We are compiling all of the information, all of the sources of information that we can to document and to form our own conclusion.
Right, but I mean, are you going to send them off to these different institutions, or are you going to come up with your own determination?
Both.
What will be the time frame for that?
We are supporting independent investigations. We're doing our own analysis into what has taken place. I wouldn't want to put a time frame on it, but of course we are, as with all things in this conflict, treating it as a matter of urgency.
Right. Based on what you've seen so far, is the administration prepared to say that Russia is committing war crimes?
If we determine that Russia has committed war crimes, we are absolutely determined to make that public. Yes.
Providing sources of more accurate information to Russians at this time?
Well, what I will say is that we have undertaken a concerted effort through means that are available to us to do everything we can to get actual, factual, truthful information into what is a pretty closed Russian information ecosystem. We have done that through a number of tactics. As you know, a number of us have spoken on Russian TV, independent stations, including some cases independent stations like Doge, TV Rain, that have been shut down. Also through Russian state-backed outlets as well, those that will have on senior American officials. We use tools like Telegram to convey information as well. Every avenue that we can conceive of that would allow us to channel information into Russia to reach Russian audiences, knowing that the best antidote to disinformation is information. That has been our strategy in speaking to audiences here in the United States and around the world. And it's a challenge when it comes to Russia because President Putin and the Kremlin, they are doing everything they can to further constrict the information space throughout the country. And so we too are trying to get creative in terms of our efforts to channel information in.
Exactly, and would the U.S. consider putting any satellite internet resources along the border, things like that?
Well, so let me make a point about internet access in Russia. We know that the Kremlin is engaged in a full assault, as I said before, on media freedom, access to information, and the truth within Russia. Of course, it wants its version of the facts to be the only version of the facts that is available to the Russian people. Moscow's efforts to mislead, they are intensifying. We condemn the Russian government's recent actions to prevent the people of Russia from accessing Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, numerous Russian and international news sites, and certain mobile applications as well. We also condemn the Russian government's passage of a new law that threatens prison sentences for accurately reporting on Putin's war of choice in Ukraine. The people of Russia, we've made this point repeatedly, did not choose this war. President Putin did. Those around him did. They have a right, people of Russia have a right to know about the death, the suffering, the destruction that is being inflicted by their government in their name on the people of Ukraine. The people of Russia also have a right to know about the human costs of this senseless war, including the cost to Russian service members, to their sons, to their brothers, to their husbands. So for that reason, we support access to the internet by all people, including the people of Russia. Even as we stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, we believe that more information is going to be the answer. Putin believes that less information is what's in his interest. So of course, we want to do all we can to support that information flow into Russia, to see to it that the Russian people have avenues of communication, have a free and open internet available to them. And we call on President Putin and his government to honor Russia's international obligations and commitments, to withdraw Russia's troops from Ukraine's territory, and to respect the human rights and fundamental freedoms of Russia's citizens. And one of those fundamental freedoms is freedom of access to information.
Okay, maybe we can follow up on some more specifics later, but just one more quick question on the chemical weapons possibility. We haven't talked about that in a few days, I guess. Has the Biden administration determined what their response is going to be if Russia uses chemical weapons? Not that you have to detail it here, but do you guys have a response ready to go if Russia does use those weapons in Ukraine?
Kylie, the only thing I will say about that is to reiterate what the president said the other day. If Russia engages in the use of banned agents, including chemical weapons, there will be a severe response from the United States. Yes?
More on Vienna talks. As we were walking in, the Iranian foreign minister said that it was on the U.S. to provide the necessary response for a successful outcome. And from that statement, it seems like the U.S. to say something publicly and the U.S. to try to get back to Vienna.
What I would say is that over the course of the past few weeks, we have made significant progress. We are close. There are external factors involved in this now. There are a small number of outstanding issues. The United States, although not a direct party to the talks, we have worked in good faith. We have sought at every juncture to achieve a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA, knowing that in our assessment, it continues to be the most effective means by which to reimpose permanent, verifiable limits on Iran's nuclear program. There are a small number of outstanding issues. We do think that we would be in a position to close those gaps, to close that remaining distance, if there are decisions made in capitals, including in Tehran, including in Moscow.
One thing that, this morning, the top U.S. military general from the Middle East and the CENTCOM chief, quote, said, quote, that Iran likely has decreasing tolerance for continued U.S. presence in Syria. And he went on, accordingly, Iran and its proxies and its affiliates are increasing their capabilities and planning to target U.S. and partner interests. And then he goes on about more troubling increased proliferation of this advanced technology. It continues about all these threats and things that are concerning. So how do you justify striking a deal that doesn't address any of these that impact U.S. national security?
Well, what I would say is that we've been very clear that Iran poses a challenge, poses a threat to the United States, to our allies and partners across different realms. The most significant threat we would face would be a nuclear-armed Iran. There would be no greater challenge to the United States, to our allies, to our partners around the world. That is not to say that Iran's nuclear program is the only challenge we face. Iran supports regional proxies, it supports terrorist groups, it has cyber, it has engaged in malicious cyber activity, it has an active ballistic missile program. But what we know is that if Iran were in the possession of a nuclear weapon, or if it were on the verge of a possession of a nuclear weapon, it could act with far greater impunity. The first thing we want to do is to put Iran's nuclear program back in a box, to take that challenge off the table, so that, working with allies and partners, we can confront, we can take on the challenge that Iran poses in these other realms much more effectively. We actually see these goals as quite complementary. Knowing that a nuclear-armed Iran is an Iran that would have far greater impunity. And I'll make one other point. Our goal is to put the Iranian nuclear program back in a box. It was in a box until 2018. Prior to 2018, when the JCPOA was in full force, in full effect, we did not see the same kinds of provocations that we have seen even in recent days. So our goal is to put that challenge, take that challenge off the table, and to work with our allies and partners to address the fuller range of threats that we face from Tehran.
Last one, sorry, it's quick. Do you fear Russia could be trying to derail these talks in order to prevent Iranian oil from coming back on the international market? Presumably that's what they're going to get out of the deal.
Well, again, whether or not there is a JCPOA, our posture towards an Iranian oil ban would not change. We would not replace Russian oil with Iranian oil. That would not be on the table. Beyond that, you'll have to speak to Moscow. What I can say is what I've already said, that an Iran that is verifiably, permanently barred, prevented from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon, that is equally in our interest as it is in Russia's interest. Yes, last quick question.
On the previous question on getting information to Russia, who runs the Telegram operation, and do you have an intergovernmental body that is working, coordinating to try to get this kind of information into Russia? Second question, completely different. General McKinsey told Congress that the U.S. has agreed to U.S. banks to sell SFT to Egypt. Has the State Department formally signed off on that?
We don't speak to potential arms transfers or arms sales until and unless they're notified to Congress, so I just wouldn't have anything to say on that score. In terms of conveying truthful, accurate messaging and information into Russia, that's something that we're very focused on as a government.
State Department?
It's something that the State Department is certainly very focused on. It's something that I know a number of our allies and partners are very focused on as well. And we're focused on it because Moscow has sought to be a purveyor of information that is false, that is misleading, that is disinformation.
I'm sorry, but who in the government is doing this? And is there an interdepartmental body that is coordinating this kind of activity?
These activities are coordinated across the government. Of course, we work closely with the National Security Council, but a lot of this activity does come out of the State Department in terms of the speaking directly to Russian audiences. If you've been on our social media channels, if you have seen what we've done with Russian media, independent media, media that is closer to the Russian state, much of that is emanating from the State Department. Of course, our embassy in Moscow is very engaged in this as well, but I'll also make the point that our allies and partners around the world have been doing the same, because the disinformation that we have seen emanate from Moscow targets not only the United States and mischaracterizes not only what we have done, but also what our allies and partners around the world are doing. So it is a shared objective of the United States, of our allies and partners, to fight this disinformation, this misinformation, with information, with facts, with truth, for people here in this country, for people around the world, including people in Russia. Thank you all very much. I do not have any travel updates at this time.
Put progress in your portfolio. Invest in companies with potential for strong growth and positive impact. Introducing 3 new Fidelity Sustainable Investing Funds. Explore the expanded lineup.
Our next guest has been more bullish than most strategists, and one who has argued after a treacherous start to 2022 that stocks can still have a good year. FundStrat's Tom Lee is with us now. Welcome back. It's good to see you.
Good to see you, Scott. And crew.
Will you admit that you've been too bullish on stocks?
Yes. I'd say that our base case for this first half of this year was stocks would be treacherous, but it's been far worse than we expected. I mean, if I look back at first half 2022, it looks like, as Josh is describing, the market is really bent. I mean, especially economic expectations towards a recession. That was not something we expected. So it's been a far deeper correction than we thought possible, but I don't think the contours of the rest of the year change that much. So I think what's been sort of created as big headwinds, the decision point is going to be if we avoid recession. And I think for a lot of reasons, I don't think the U.S. is actually going to be breaking into a contraction.
I feel like the bullish goalposts, though, have moved, and yet we still want to act as though nothing has really changed for the remainder of the year. I've got a Fed that's still going to be aggressive in trying to get a handle on inflation. I've got earnings which are already trending lower, which are undeniably going to be trending lower. Economy looks like it's slowing. How do I deal with all of that and suggest that stocks can still rise in that kind of an environment? Maybe they can, maybe you'll be right, but how?
Well, I mean, it's part of its perspective. I mean, oil surged, but at $100 a barrel, that's where we were 2014, for almost 4 or 5 years. And today, on a price per barrel, if you're paying $90 for oil, you're still paying like close to $200 for Diet Coke and $300 for bottled water. So oil's still pretty cheap, and as a burden, it's quite small. And in terms of the Fed the Fed not having a put because they have to tighten. I think it's really going to depend on the path of not only the war, but supply chain glitches. And I know it's a very difficult sort of period for the Fed to navigate, but I think everyone's consensus is making a view the Fed's turned hawkish, and I don't think that's true. I think they're trying to find appropriate policy, but I do think consensus thinks they're so far behind they have to tighten to create a recession. So that's a really second sort of point of distinction. And the third is, I think there's been a lot of selling recently. Of course, markets can fall for any reason, but I think we're forgetting that these sanctions against oligarchs, that's close to $300 billion of externally managed money that a lot of hedge funds now have to either freeze or redeem, and that's putting a lot of selling pressure markets, and that's going to abate. So I think a lot of things that we're seeing that look like amplified downside pressure could be transitory.
I'm here for
your annual eye exam
because I'm having trouble
reading.
Exactly.
They sort of make me feel
like I'm the most fabulous thing you've ever seen.
Exactly.
I'll take them.
I would just say that we are preparing ourselves for a very different environment from everything that I've just heard in the opening of the show. Bear market rallies will come along. They will be sharp. They will be painful for people who overstay their welcome on the short side. You can have stocks that have fallen 80%, go up 20% in 2 days. It still doesn't make a dent in the long-term chart. It does make a dent if you're leveraged and you're short or you used options and you have to pay the piper. So it's not going to be fun in either direction, but the main trend is still lower. Now we're starting to see credit spreads blowing out. We're starting to see some stuff happen in the CCC group. And we're going to see that spread, I would suspect, in the coming months. The banks are already pricing in much more bankruptcy activity than we would have thought even 2 or 3 months ago. The war is a game changer. Historically, we have never had an inflation spike to this degree that wasn't quickly cured by a recession. The good news is corporate balance sheets are outstanding, and America's best companies should have no problem weathering this downturn. Consumer balance sheets are very good as well. I think most households should be okay here, but we have to be thinking about the R word. I'm not an economist, not a prediction. I'm just telling you 10 times in a row when we've had an inflationary spike event like this, recession has been the thing that's come after.
That's right.
So you could bet this time is very different, and the 11th time it won't work out that way, and that might be true. Don't forget, the pandemic has screwed with everybody's charts and data and economics, but I don't think it's appropriate to be looking at a day with the Dow up 300 points and making a grand pronouncement about, okay, this is the bottom. Maybe it is. The odds are that it's not.
I'm sure they're looking at more than just a day's activity. I know Kerry is, but nonetheless, Dr. J, I'm going to ask for your patience.
They're looking at the multiple coming down.
Yeah, well, it's come down a lot.
Judge, they're looking at the PE multiple coming down. Yeah, but the problem is that the E is going to start coming down too. So as was just cited by our last guest, you're seeing negative earnings revisions. And it's been a long time since we've seen them. And historically, that is not a one-quarter phenomenon. It's very rare. So, look, I don't want to be right about this. I don't want to be the guy that comes on TV and upsets everybody. And certainly, I'm not telling you it's impossible that we're not at a bottom. I'm just giving you, like, the weight of the evidence. It's going to be tough. Hey. And the good news is, Carrie is right, Sechin is right, Brad is right. If your time frame is 3 to 5 years from now, most of this won't matter, and if you're a buyer, it'll actually be good.
Look.
But can you hang out the way you are for 6 months to a year? I hope you're positioned correctly for that.
I'm here for
your annual eye exam
because I'm having trouble
reading.
Exactly.
They sort of make me feel
like I'm the most fabulous thing you've ever seen.
Exactly.
I'll take them.
Welcome back, everybody. How are sustainability and technology remaking the future of farming, and in the process, producing a tomato that is even Martha Stewart approved, believe it or not? Julie Hyman has the latest on that story with the CEO of App Harvest down at South by Southwest. Hi, Julie.
Thanks, Brad. Hi. Thanks so much for that. Indeed, Martha Stewart approved. She's on the board of the company, and she likes the tomatoes. I mean, they're tomatoes. They're delicious if farmed correctly. Jonathan Webb, CEO of App Harvest, is indeed with me. Before we dig into the heavy stuff, why don't you tell us that story about sending Martha Stewart the tomato?
Yeah, so been very fortunate to have Martha on our board and really consider her a mentor. Anybody as an entrepreneur looks up to her, I'm sure. I know we do, but very attention to detail. And before we sent any product out to stores initially, I can assure you I was there with the team, getting that package up to Martha, and got the phone call that thumbs up, they taste great, send them out. So we were first night sending those up a little nervous to get the feedback, but yeah, she's been an incredible resource for us and just a huge name in food that has been very helpful with us early on.
Well, great. You guys, not long ago, I believe at the end of February, came out with your numbers, and you also talked about your goals for this year. Right now, you have one operational farm. So to be clear to everyone watching, these are indoor farms. It's a controlled environment. Vertical farming is another word that people use for it. And you're aiming to open 3 more farms by the end of the year and also expand your product offerings beyond tomatoes. Are you going to meet the target? I mean, you have to get building materials. You have to get labor, which is challenging in some places right now. How's the project looking?
We're really, really proud of our team in Kentucky that's been able to really navigate the supply chain issues in the middle of the pandemic. We have 3 more facilities coming online this year, totaling about 8 million square feet. And to put that in perspective, our Moorhead facility, just under 3 million square feet, is about 50 football fields in size. So large stuff, a lot of steel, a lot of glass, a lot of lights going up, and our construction team has been phenomenal. We're getting close on just a couple of those facilities and plan on having all 3 up and running before the end of the year. And we do get a diversified crop at that point. So salad greens, variety of leafy greens, strawberries, and a whole host of different variety of tomatoes that'll be on grocery store shelves all across the U.S.
One of the things that has been a theme of South by Southwest, and we've talked with a lot of VC folks about, is the number of companies that have remained private and have gotten enormous, even though they're still staying private companies. You guys made the decision to come public, and the sort of class of 2021, if you will, of companies that came public, a lot of them are not doing so great. Unfortunately for you, App Harvest is among them. Do you regret coming public when you did, and how do you kind of now adapt to being a public company CEO?
We see this as a couple decade journey, and really we're in our first decade. And for us, being transparent with not only the consumer, but having that transparency of a public company as we build a large, global food company. We think the long-term benefits, are great, and we do, stand by kind of, going and taking that message directly to the street and getting that rigor of Wall Street early, which I think will make us stronger in the long run. But for us right now, it's just, we have the capital we need, and we're focused on building and operating, and just head down on execution. So, right now it's just build and grow the business. But, that term CEA, Controlled Environment Agriculture, it's really the third wave of sustainable infrastructure. And you look at renewable energy 20 years ago, electric vehicles 10 years ago. If we want to get CEA, to be institutional at scale, not only in households with consumers, but I was in DC a week ago meeting with both sides of the aisle. You really need that rigor of the public markets and that attention of the public markets to help institutionalize an industry. And, for us at App Harvest, this isn't just about a company. It's about getting the industry to turn the corner at scale globally. And we don't think we could do that if we weren't in the public markets.
And not just for CEA, but do you feel like for sustainability generally, and for companies that are trying to put forward various sustainable industries, do you feel like we need to have more of a public market wave to push that forward as well?
Absolutely. I mean, we need, innovate or die, right? And that's literally, Gen Z, millennials that we were talking earlier about, the optimism here at South by Southwest. Those next innovative ideas are coming from the people wandering these streets here in Austin. And absolutely, the public markets needs to have a robust category of companies that are building stuff that matters. Tech for good. The consumer wants it. The regulators are pushing that direction. You obviously see the capital flowing into ESG, and yes, it might go up, it might go down, but the reality is we're going to fix these problems through the private sector. These global problems that we all face will be fixed through good companies, or we're going to be in a lot of trouble in 10, 20, 30 years from now, and I think my generation and even below, we realize that. We don't have a choice. We have to build the companies. We have to work at the companies that are offering good solutions, and it's not going to be easy, and we're going to get punched along the way, but I think it's that resiliency that I hope this generation is going to fight through, and that mentality is yes, we're going to see more and more of this through the public markets and more companies on Wall Street that actually matter versus are just out there selling a worthless product that's not good for people, not good for planet, and arguably questionable for shareholders. It's combining all that together. That's the hard thing. Not just looking out for the next 3 months, but doing that while also looking out for the next decade and the decade after. That's hard. It's easy to be a CEO that's looking for the next 3 months. It's hard to be the one that's looking two decades down the road while thinking of the here and now.
Jonathan, thanks so much. Good stuff. Jonathan Webb of App Harvest. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Back to you guys.
All right, great stuff. Thanks so much, Julie. Coming up on the show, we're going to talk about the biggest sports betting event in the history of the United States, at least when it comes to the number of people betting on March Madness, which gets underway tonight with the first four. Josh Hafer is next with the incredible numbers Americans are throwing down. Well, this week, some feel is the greatest week of the year for sports fans. I may be a bit biased. I'm down here in Atlanta for a March Madness broadcast, but the madness starts tonight. And if you haven't filled out your brackets, they are now digital. You got to get on it. This looks like the biggest single sporting betting event in the history of this country. Josh Schaefer here to weigh in on that with some surprising data. Josh, are more people betting, or are we just talking about more money?
Yeah, Dave, it seems like probably more people betting. It really kind of depends. There's certainly more people available to bet, right? That's one thing we know for sure headed into the event. So 29 million more Americans can legally bet on this year's March Madness. And that's because gambling's growing and more states are opening up sports gambling. And so when we really kind of dig into the numbers of what the American Gaming Association projects here, they're projecting that 45 million Americans are going to wager. That number, that projection is actually down a little bit from last year. They said with so many people last year that were excited to bet after not having a tournament in 2020, they had projected 47 million last year. And they're projecting that it's going to be $3.1 billion bet on the tournament this year. It's a huge handle, absolutely enormous handle. And one other number I wanted to hit with you, Dave, is that they say that 76% of wagers will be made outside of brackets. That's up from 55% last year. So we're seeing more people bet outside of brackets. I talked to the American Gaming Association and I asked them, why do you think this is? They don't have concrete data on that, but they're saying that they think really what it is people want more of an immediate return. You can bet on a game and you immediately find out if you win or lose. You can do a parlay in one day and you immediately find out if you win or lose. That bracket.
Well, all right, let's take a look now at breaking down all this market action today. We're going to bring in our guest, Julian Brigden, Macro Intelligence 2 Partners co-founder and president. Thank you for joining us today. So as we're seeing, the markets seem to be digesting what they might see from the Fed, that quarter percentage basis point hike. Should they be worried about anything else? Are they too comfortable now, just knowing that that Fed rate hike is coming?
Well, clearly we've got Ukraine, right? That's still an ongoing problem. We're not getting away from that anytime soon. And then in terms of the Fed, I think I would say that it's probably the best telegraphed 25 basis point rate hike that we've had in history. I don't think anyone will be surprised about that. But I think you have to go beyond that and you have to start looking at actually what the Fed says in terms of Powell's press conference, but also in terms of their forecast that you're going to get from the staffers. I think you're going to get quite a big revision to core PCE up for this year and next. Yes, they will always have it dropping back down to target because it's always going to drop back down to target. But I think there'll be quite a material increase. And I also think you're going to see higher dots in terms of their forecast of rate hikes. I don't think you're going to see this as a particularly dovey Fed. I know the market looks, and the equity market is pretty oversold at the moment, so maybe the market will try and look through it. But, and we'll try and build a base as long as we don't get a further deterioration in events in Ukraine. But this is not a dovey Fed. This is a Fed, I think, that means to materially to continue, starts off gradually because there are uncertainties, but needs to materially raise rates over an extended period of time, every single meeting, until they get the desired slowdown in growth, or until, which is frequently the case, unfortunately, something breaks.
Julian, you started to answer my next question there, which is how the markets would have to react to a higher dot plot from the Fed, and especially considering the fact that you've already had such a stark reaction and movement to the downside in anticipation of what was already a highly telegraphed decision coming forward. So now this places more emphasis on future meetings and how quickly that rate of hiking may be. What are some of the sectors that could be hit the hardest even in the interim period of that next hike?
Right. I mean, I think we started to see it. I think one of the things that people forget is that even before Ukraine became a thing, we'd already seen the market under quite a lot of pressure. And the area that was most under pressure was the area that arguably I think is most overvalued given its performance from the 2020 lows. And that was mega cap tech. right? Mega cap tech has started to materially underperform. I think even if you look at it today, we've got some nice little bounces, but yesterday's drops created some gaps in the chart, so it's hardly surprising that we're seeing some sort of rebound there. But I still think, to me, that looks like a sector that is massively overvalued still.
Julian, given that tomorrow is a given from the Fed, how many rate hikes do you forecast for the year, and how many do you believe the markets have already baked into the numbers we're seeing?
So I think what I would say about this is we forget there are two tools that they have. Rates are one, and the second one is the balance sheet. And personally at MI2, we believe that the balance sheet is actually far, far more powerful. In other words, it's the quantity of liquidity in the system, not really the rate that you pay for that liquidity. So I think, earlier on this year, we had got to, or sort of pre-Ukraine, we got to the point where we were pricing in almost all the heavy lifting assumption that it would be done by rate hikes. And it struck us that was probably too many hikes being priced in. But that doesn't mean that they won't remove accommodation. I just think, we might find out that we get to sort of 4 hikes and then we try and withdraw liquidity. And as we've seen in the past, the market doesn't react very favorably for that. I think that, to me, is why I'm not putting all the emphasis on rate hikes. I'm looking at what happens to this balance sheet. That, to me, is far, far more important than rates.
And as you mentioned, with one eye on what the Fed is doing, but also, of course, with the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, you've talked about 2 scenarios in this case, de-escalation and an acceleration of violence and the impact that could have. What are the potential market implications that you're bracing for?
So, obviously we all hope that it's deceleration on many different levels. But I think if you try and break it down into those 2 camps, deceleration or acceleration, I think when you look at asset classes and you lump things into roughly 3 groups, so you look at fixed income and currencies, those are very, very difficult to trade because you could end up with extraordinary binary outcomes. If you're looking at the euro, we get an acceleration of events and the euro's under pressure. We get a deceleration and the euro bounces. And sort of the same thing in the fixed income market because we still have this ongoing inflation problem. Equities, I think, becomes a cleaner trade. Don't get me wrong, I think if we saw a deceleration, we'd see a very swift bounce in the equity market. But I think they would run into a phalanx of central bankers on both sides of the Atlantic who materially need to raise rates. So I think on an acceleration, the equity market just goes straight down. You've just got to have the guts to be able to sell into weakness. And I'm afraid to say that I think on a deceleration, the market would bounce, but it'll run into very hawkish central banks. And so I don't see us going to new highs. I do see us increasingly beginning to build what has typically been a major top in the market, and that is one of those big rolling tops that we see, that we saw ahead of, say, 2000 or 2007, 2008.
Julian, while we have you here, we do want to weave in some breaking news that is just coming across within the past couple minutes here. Sarah Bloom Raskin reportedly withdrawing her nomination to the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. That news coming days after the Democratic Senator Joe Manchin would not support her nomination. Just more brief background on this. She was nominated to serve as the vice chair for the supervision of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, and that nomination of Lisa Cook and Philip Jefferson to serve on the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve as well. Julian, just very briefly, want to get your reaction to this, given some of the annexation for Sarah Bloom Raskin as seen as further developing the Fed, and for the Biden administration, what they had seen in her role potentially adding to the Fed as well.
I think it's really unfortunate that we've got these nominations perceived as so political. I think all of these individuals are extraordinarily good within their space. But, this is the nature of politics in DC, and the perception, not always the reality, I think, about how the other party sees that people are trying to twist and turn and change things so that they have permanent advantages. You've got it in terms of the Supreme Court. We're going to try and get it in terms of the Fed. I don't think that's necessarily fair, but that's just the nature of the beast. And I think Sarah Bloom Raskin was seen as being too radical for a number of people in DC.
esos lugares donde buscamos dentro de nosotros para mejorar nuestra comprensión de los misterios de la vida, para ayudar a entender las razones por las que debemos seguir buscando. Debemos mantener nuestras mentes, corazones y almas abiertas para mantener el equilibrio en nuestro universo espiritual que debemos seguir buscando. Donde la música puede preguntar muchas cuestiones y puede dar muchas respuestas. Es con este equilibrio con el que podemos realmente entender que debemos seguir buscando. Cómo completar nuestro viaje a través de la vida. Muchas respuestas. Es con este equilibrio que debemos seguir buscando.
Get away with a great deal at the Hyundai Getaway sales event. With new cars arriving daily, now's the time to get in and get away.
Attention there. We've got the conversation with the founders of the exchange called Kalshi, live from South by Southwest after the break. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live, everyone. A new platform is looking to take a new type of trading on major events mainstream. The founders of the exchange, Kalshi, are live with Yahoo Finance's Julie Hyman at South by Southwest. Julie, take it away.
Thanks, Brad. Indeed, I am joined by Tarek Mansour and Luana Lopez Lara. Joining me here at South by Southwest. We're going to have a panel actually here at the conference in just a little bit. Thanks for being here, you guys. So, we have to first set the scene as to explain what this exchange is. Tarek, why don't I take it to you to do that? So effectively, you can bet on, for lack of a better word, events that are going to happen, right? So tell me a little bit more about
Absolutely. Well, thanks for having us. So Kalshi is the first federally regulated exchange where you can trade directly on the outcome of events. So things like, will another wave of Omicron come to the U.S., to things like, will the Feds raise interest rates tomorrow? And the way to think about it is like we're building an exchange like the New York Stock Exchange or the Chicago Board of Trade, but for a new asset class, right? On the NYSE, you trade on stocks where the underlying is companies. On Kalshi, you trade on event contracts where the underlying is whether an event is going to happen or not. That's Kalshi.
And so there are other ways of doing this. There are exchanges where this exists online. Many of them are not based in or regulated by the U.S., though. Is that the sort of distinguishing characteristic here?
Yeah, I would say, the best way to think about this is that, there's also, illegal, unregulated betting sites where you can, bet on whether stocks are going to go up or down, but they're not the New York Stock Exchange, right? The regulatory piece makes us a proper, legitimate exchange that can attract proper volume and proper liquidity. People will put proper money in a proper financial instrument on Kalshi. Versus, maybe they'll put a little bit of play money on the side on some of these other sort of unregulated sites. So I think the regulatory piece is the thing that allows us to attract money from proper sophisticated traders, brokers, market makers, and institutions over time.
I mean, and the other thing I would say too is it's not like you can make. Speaking of prop, you can't make a prop. It's not like a prop bet. In other words, you're not betting on what color the Gatorade's going to be that's getting poured on the Super Bowl winners, right? I mean, this is mostly tied to financial and global events, right?
Yeah, this is a great question and great point. So the way to think about it is these are listed commodities. They're listed derivatives. They have a ticker, the same way that you see APPL for Apple. They're traded by a variety of parties. And usually our markets are things that have fundamental economic or social utility, right? They're things that people can use to either maybe take a position on something or hedge themselves against the outcome of an event. So yeah, I agree. Something like the color of the Gatorade maybe could be interesting for a subset of the population, but we usually focus on things like that people can reasonably use for hedging or that give us a forecast about things that are important for the future.
Okay, so Luana, in this case, I want to turn it over to you because I want to give some examples of the kinds of things that people have on the platform. And as you say, people can vote yes or no, and that gives you the idea of the percentage. So people can go on and say whether they think the Fed is going to raise rates in March and by how much. So talk us through what kind of, what you're seeing on the platform.
Right. So we're seeing the market's very confident that there's going to be one rate hike. I think above 95% chance, trading at above 95 cents, that there's going to be at least one rate hike. And I think above 2 is a lot more unlikely. I think it's around 7 cents right now that is going to actually be a half a point rate hike.
I mean, what's interesting about this as well is people can trade on this now, but you can use interest rate swaps. And you can, in other words, most of the instruments that institutional investors would use to bet on an event like this are highly sophisticated and not necessarily accessible to a normal investor. So do you find that most of the people using the contracts are indeed retail investors who want a way to be able to also trade this?
Yeah, exactly. Our main users are very advanced retail investors, like options traders, really coming to be able to have exposure, direct exposure to the things that they want to trade on. So, for example, our inflation markets, you can try to understand and make a complicated play in the markets for inflation, or you can come and trade directly inflation on our Kalshi market. So we see a lot of that use case for all of our traders.
And I know commodities topics are hot right now, so you guys have a couple of contracts related to that. People can trade on how high they think oil prices will be per barrel by April 11th, I think is the date that you have on. And it looks like a quarter of people are looking at least for around a quarter of people are looking for $130.
Right, it seems like the peak for both this and the gas prices market has passed. And yeah, around 25% that it's going to end up crossing 130 by April 11th.
Okay, so Tarek, this next question would be for you. How do you guys make money? Do you take a commission on each trade? How does that work?
Yeah, our business model is actually the same as traditional exchanges, an IZ or a CME, where we take a percentage fee on all the trades that go through the exchange. Over time, there might be sort of a data angle, but now we're focused on the fees, on the trading fees.
And how big do you guys expect to get? How much demand are you seeing for this kind of trading?
Yeah, so we're growing fast. We're starting, with sort of, as Luana described, with options traders and, some of the traders that, maybe the early adopters of these types of exchanges, and over time we want to scale into institutions. The way I always describe it is that, people at the dinner table debate out things like COVID or weather or the Feds. They're less likely to talk about Cisco financials. So one day we could see event contracts trading the same way that, Apple stock trades today.
And it's almost a way of hedging your real life in a way, which is sort of terrifying on a certain level, but...
It's a form of insurance, right? Just
yes.
Traded in a transparent way on an exchange.
Right, a different kind of insurance. It's true. Really interesting stuff. All right, guys, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. Tarek Mansour and Luana Lopez Lara of Kalshi. Back to you guys.
Great stuff from our very own Julie Hyman there at South by Southwest. All right, coming up, 2021 was a banner year for mergers and acquisitions, but how will that change this year based on some of the headwinds we're seeing? We'll have expert insight from Deloitte on the other side of this break. stock exchanges that we did see trying to make things more casual even before the pandemic. Obviously within reason, because everyone's definition of casual, I mean, it can leave a lot to the imagination. But I do think we are going to see more offices, trying to make it a more comfortable space. It's hard enough to hold on to workers amid the great resignation or the great transition. The last thing you want is for someone to come back and say, this isn't for me. I want a place that feels more like me, where I can express myself and be comfortable and still get my work done and still be productive.
Yeah, it's really a question for employees, for employers, and of course, you mentioned, Brad, the retailers. Anecdotally, the biggest retailer in my town used to sell almost exclusively suits. That section has gone from half the store to less than a quarter as they've gotten into the athleisure game and trying to play catch up, trying to evolve. That seems to be where we're going. I don't know if we're ever going to go back to the suits. Athleisure for me all the way, guys.
Yeah, we're going to be watching closely to see what some of our coworkers are wearing when we come back. But ultimately, just looking forward to seeing everybody safe, comfortable, and hopefully just doing the thing we do on a daily basis all together once again. That's a Tuesday wrap for us here on Yahoo Finance Live, everyone. You can catch all of the pre-market and opening bell action starting 9 a.m. tomorrow with Rochelle, Dave, and myself back with you at 3 p.m. for the closing bell. And be sure to tune in tomorrow starting 2 p.m. Eastern. Yahoo Finance Live going to be covering the Federal Reserve's monetary policy decision. Consensus calls for a quarter-point hike, which would be the Fed's first rate increase since, get this, 2018. Fed decision, 2 p.m. Eastern. Fed Chair Jerome Powell's press conference, 2:30 p.m. Eastern. We've got it for you live, plus all the expert analysis right here on Yahoo Finance Live. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Você deixou o seu país, mas com a Remitly você pode facilmente